What is up? Morning.
Good morning, fam. How's it going to our favorite chess player?
Hello there. Oh, Jordi, you have the flag. You have the flag. The traveling flag.
Wait, Frederik? We're already live, guys.
We're live? Okay.
First important announcement. I have a document where I'm taking the minutes. Where should I send it? I already sent it in the chat of this call. Is there any other place for us to send it? Hello. Everyone is very quiet.
Live already.
Yes, but so anyway, I have the document where I'm taking the minutes, but I need to know where we can post it.
On Tusker, I think you can.
Do I have access to that? I don't think I do.
Otherwise, you share it on the workplace and you put it in the chat.
Can someone put it on Tusker, because I don't think I have access to it?
Yes, one of the admins can do that. I thought you were also admin. It's okay.
I don't see it. Oh, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. It is now 10 o'clock. We will be now starting with our General Assembly. We're very excited that you joined all today. Welcome, everybody. For some of you, this might be also the first General Assembly you're attending with Volt. We are very excited that you joined us on the day. I am Olivia Tenhorn, co-president of Volt Belgium, together with Jordi van Poeken. And today we have a whole list of exciting topics to present to you. We're very excited that we can show you members of our team and also continue to introduce you to Volt Belgium and our wonderful organization. So Jordi, I would also like to pass on the floor to you.
Yes, thank you, Olivia. From my side, also a big welcome to everyone that is attending the GA. I'm very glad to see you here. So I am Jordi van Poeken. I am the co-president of Volt Belgium together with Olivia, and we are very glad to see you here. A lot has happened since our last General Assembly in February. First off, globally, I mean, I don't know if you heard, but there has been a pandemic or something. But also inside of Volt Belgium, a lot has happened. At the last GA, we voted on our new statutes, internal rules and regulations. This has set a new structure, more professional, more efficient, and a strong foundation for the years to come. Part of the foundation are our people. In May, we elected the electoral board. They got to work immediately, and soon the Secretary Generals and Executive Committee were elected, as well as the Volt Values Board. That is a new organ in our structure which manages the statutes and works at keeping ethical and respectful behavior of the party. We have grown so much, especially in the past few months, with many new members joining our team following the efforts of our community colleagues. We are so proud. We are so proud of the people we are working with every day in Volt Belgium. We are proud of the priority of our members, proud of our almost perfect gender balance and our age diversity. We are proud of the passion with which our members are driven, of the unshakable hope we see in their eyes, proud of their restless motivation to work towards making a positive change in the world. We are proud of our group dynamic, which is so solidary and full of people who truly care for each other, of how many friendships emerge from our work together, of how we deal with hard times together.
Because of course, there are hard times. It's not always easy to keep morale high. For one, the pandemic slowed us in our tracks. And as we grow, we gain exposure and multiple challenges arise. But we learn from each new situation. We care for each other, we check on each other, and most importantly, we stick together. And every obstacle makes us stronger. Together, we form an amazing powerhouse of people. Now, let's look back at the previous months and what we have been vaulting on since the last General Assembly. Most of the things that happened in the past months were administrative, which might sound boring, but it had to be done, of course. But if we also mention all our after-work drinks, it was definitely a very good time. But we got the ASBL order, and now we are fully integrated as a member of Volt of Open. We got the thanks to our treasury, our accounts and finances are fully and completely transparent. We supported the launch of the Voters Without Borders initiative, and we got out on the streets to support the protest, the silent protest for Moria. We greatly improved our communication inside Belgium with our regular newsletter now available in 3 languages, English, French, and Dutch, for full inclusion for anyone interested from all over the country. About 500 people get those monthly updates. We organize online workshops, such as the one on Belgian politics, and we are happy to see how many students from the VB are joining us. And we also had discussions on the Belgian lockdown. Every 3 weeks, we have an event for volunteers and new members. And it's a great way to feel them welcome, to get to know them, and for them to get to know us. Our community team also set up a buddy program to improve the inclusion and participation of our new members. Already several active buddy pairs have been formed, and we can call this a success. Finally, we also had a strategy workshop, which was a great team effort with all the functional teams, the board and the Secretary Generals. In that workshop, we defined action points, and we will present them to you today. These action points will give us something to look forward to, a plan, a vision, and a vision to know so that we keep us going. We are really proud of our team and what we have achieved in this workshop. It will keep us on track for the years to come.
Looking forward, the next elections are in 2024. Now that we have set the foundation with the new statutes And that the administrative work is done, we made for ourselves the perfect opportunity to focus on growing and taking up more space until 2024. All of us are a bunch of activists who have always really wanted to make a change, but just didn't know how to. And through Volt, we found a platform to channel this energy into a productive project that works towards a huge positive change. We will keep on striving to make the world a better and safer place. We will keep on striving to make Europe more united. We will keep on striving for every European citizen to have their say in politics. Because you matter. Because your opinions matter. Welcome to our GA. We are incredibly pleased to have you all with us today. Let's begin. And now we can go over, I think, to our chair. If our chair is ready and if the votes are counted for the chair.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. I'm Emeric Massot. I'm the one of the member of the electoral board today, and I am pleased to be voted as your chair today with 89% of positive votes. So I'll be chairing and giving the words to most of the people during this GA. So without further ado, we are now going to the next point on our agenda, which is a short explanation of the voting system. It should be fairly straightforward for all of you. You all got a personal link, which you are watching the feed now. If you're watching it straight from YouTube, then you should go to your mailbox. You got a reminder mail yesterday with your personal link, which will open a very simple web page on your internet browser. And on there, under the video feed, you will see a title called Open Votes. And on there, you will be able to vote for all the motions which we will need to pass during this GA. So the first one will be approving the agenda of the current GA and approving the minutes previous one. These are very simple votes, and they can be voted on directly onto the website itself, since they are a yes/no vote. So that means you just have to click on yes, no, and if you decided not to vote in the end and you want to cancel your vote, you can just click on abstain, and this will not be counted towards the results. And if you see a little V inside the checkbox that you've just clicked, that means the server has registered your vote. So you don't need to confirm, you just need to click yes, no. If there's a little V inside the checkbox, then it already means it's communicated your vote with the voting server. In the late morning and up to the early afternoon, there will be more substantial votes coming, containing the ASBL financing and proposal for amendments of the internal rules. You can find all these documents in the agenda today. We will post them again once the vote will be launched on your personal link to participate to the GA. There, next to the vote on the right-hand side, you will be able to see announcements, and there we can post things which are relevant. And on there, we will post again the agenda, which you normally already got in the invitation email. And in this agenda, you can click on links which reference to the documents that we will put for votes in the late morning after 11 o'clock. Since these are a little more substantial, the vote will not happen directly on that page as I just explained. However, they will show up on that page. That's the way you will access them. And there will be a button that says vote now. And when you click on it, it should open a new tab or a new page in your browser with a Google form, and which you will be able to vote on all the proposals that we are discussing at that moment. At the start of that Google form, there will be a pre-filled in box with your personal token, and this token should not be modified in any way because it's our system which creates a personalized and anonymized token for voting so that we can properly count your votes, and that we can be sure that everyone voted only once, but also that their vote is anonymized so we cannot know who's voted for what. And in that respect, you just have to, since it's pre-filled in, you just have to answer to the questions which are below. And yes, that's it for me. Most of the more complicated votes will last for about a few hours. The approval of the minutes of the of the agenda of the current GA and the minutes of the previous one will only be open for 5 minutes after we've launched it, since these need to be approved before we formally start the GA. So, in all respect, this is it for me. We are a little early on our time schedule, as I see that more and more people are joining into the feed. Happy to hear that. So yes, I'll give the word back to Jordi to present the minutes of the previous GA and the agenda of this one.
Yes, hello everyone. We will go a little bit slower as we are ahead of schedule. So if everything went well, everyone should have received the minutes of the previous ASBL GA. That was included as an attachment to the email that was sent out to all the legal members. So one of the first votes will be to approve these minutes. And secondly, there will be a vote on to approve the agenda of this GA. We did not receive any further agenda points, so the agenda stays unchanged. And so the agenda of today, so we started with opening speech, then we started with the word of our chair, and then so now we are started with the formalities. So the formalities are the approval of the agenda of the agenda of this GA and the minutes of last GA. And after this, we will go to the financial part of the GA. So then Jérôme will discuss the finances. So that means the financial overview of 2019, an update on the finances of 2020, and the budget planning of 2021. After that, we will go to after that we will go to the update from a short update from the ASBL. And then, wait a second. So, after the finances, we will go to a short ASBL status, and then we will go basically to the update of then we will go to the political party ASBL. So we split up the ASBL in two parts. So we will first have the ASBL part, and then we will basically go to the political party GA. So in the political party GA, the main focus will be on the strategy. So on the strategy of our national strategy. So in that part, there will be a short presentation of the Secretary Generals, who will say something about the membership and how everything is evolving within Volt Belgium. And then we will go to the national strategy. So in the national strategy, we will present our strategic action points for Volt Belgium. This will be done partially by Juliette and Arno, and then we will also have parts done by the functional teams. There will also be enough space for Q&A. Q&A will be in the part of the strategy, as well in the financial parts. There will also be a Q&A. We also have some invited speakers, so we will have a short word of the European board that will shortly say something, and we also have a presentation on European expansion by Xenia later today. So that's it for the agenda. I think the votes can open. So there are two votes that will come your way. So one vote to approve the agenda of the current GA, and one vote to approve the minutes of the previous GA. I think we can go back then to our chair, who can confirm when the votes are live.
Sorry, I was on mute. This is happening often with these online calls. So I was saying that we are 10 minutes early now for the vote. Then that we announced on the agenda. So I don't know if it's best to maybe take a short 10-minute break, and then we will be voting from 10:30 to 10:35 for the approval of the agenda of this GA. From what I understand, there are some technical issues with the feed. I don't know if one of our tech guys is listening into the YouTube feed, but from what I gather, there are some issues with the sound. Okay. So from what I heard, it should have been fixed now. Can somebody confirm this? Since we are yes, trying to solve this. I'm looking at my previous, sorry, I'm looking at my co-people if they are listening into the YouTube feed, seeing if it works.
Yes, so if you still see that there are some issues with the sound, please write something in the chat. We made a little fix on the audio levels in the broadcast. So please, if you see or you find that the sound is still not okay, please write in the chat and then we can have a look at it. So if you don't understand this clearly, please say something in WhatsApp or on the YouTube channel or somewhere in the chat, and then we will have a look into it. Just to confirm, maybe with the people that are talking to us in the chat, that there is an issue with the audio. Do you find this issue with all the speakers, or is it, for example, only with me, or also with Emerick? Is it a general issue, or is it an issue with only one or two of the speakers? Okay, but I see that there are, so it's a general issue with all the speakers. We will let our technical guy have a look into it, and hopefully it will become better during the day. I think we can soon start with the vote, so I will go give the words back to Emerick, our chair, who can then introduce and confirm that the vote is live for the minutes and for the agenda.
as said, we will start a little early with the votes. We'll keep it open until 10:35, and during that time we can take a small break from the feed, since people will just be voting on it. So as I remind you, you use your personal link to go on your personal page for following the GA, and on there you can just vote for the 2 points, which is the approval of the agenda for this GA and of the minutes for the previous GA. So we will be launching the votes now until 10:35 for both of them. Yep. We'll be taking a small break until 10:35, and then we will resume with the next points on the agenda. We've had a little tech issue again. Apparently the title didn't come through on the vote, so I've just relaunched it. Vote 2 was, do you approve the agenda of the current GA? But I've relaunched it with a proper question so that you can actually know what you're voting for. And this is what will be minuted, not the vote 2 will just be discarded because it's doesn't have any purpose. There is 3 minutes left till the end, and then we will carry on. The next point on the agenda will be, if the agenda is approved, will be approving the accounts of 2019, giving you a financial update on 2020, also in the light of the pandemic, and giving budget for 2021, as well as a Q&A. You can use for the Q&A either YouTube chat or just use ask a question on your. So yes, we'll wait another 2 little minutes. And it's now 10:35. The votings are now closed. And yes, we can say that the agenda of today has been approved by 92% of the voters, and the minutes of the previous GA has been approved with a rate of 93%. Thank you very much for voting, and this means that we can now move on to the following points, which will be also open for voting, but will require a little bit more explanation from our co-presidents, and that is the finances of the ASBL. We will launch the vote in a few minutes. just getting all the tech stuff ready, and then it will be open until 2:15. And as I said, this one will be via a link that you will find on the same way that you found all these votes. And then this will send you to a page which is called a Google form. Please do not edit the title as, sorry, not the title, where it says token, do not edit this, as this is your personal token to be able to cast your vote uniquely and in an anonymous way. And then you can just answer all the next questions. So, Jordi, I give you the word for the ASBL finances.
Yes, so actually this point will be taken up by our treasurer, so I will give the word to Jerome. Jerome, please go ahead.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, it's good. Perfect. I'll present the. Can you see it? Is it good? Okay, perfect. So hi everyone. Today I'll show you the finances of Volt Belgium. So I'm the treasurer, Jerome, and I've put all the slides, all the balance sheet, and every document that is interesting in the drive of Volt Belgium in treasure. I'll probably share it in the future, so you might be able to find it. So today we are going to go through the 2019 accounts, the 2020 accounts to date, because it's not finished, and the 2021 budget, and then we'll compare all of them with maybe also the 2018 accounts to see how we are growing and the difference. So I'll begin with the 2019 accounts. Here is the document that you can find on the drive. Not very readable, but you can see that we received 7,298 euro, and we spent 600 and 800. So that's about the size of our finances in 2019. So where did this come from? At 28% it was crowdfunding, 27% it was membership fees, and 24% it was through the events. So we received more through specific donation, fundraising dinner, and for catering, but it's mainly for events. So an example of where we received some money, it was through the General Assembly. Here you can see in November 2019. And now let's see the expenditure. Most of it was done on flyers. Now I'm not exactly sure this number because of we didn't exactly classify between flyers and posters, so it might be a little bit more of posters than flyers. So of course posters, and then room rentals and catering for the General Assembly and events, and some advertising. A quicker look, so you see about 37% for events, 46% for promotion material, and 15% for communication and preservation. So I went through the specific part of the election to have a closer look on how we managed to get the election. So here is the fundraising that we've made, the income that we got just before the election. So mainly what our big focus was. So you see that most of the campaign was done through crowdfunding and specific donations, and also a little bit of fundraising dinner and a little bit more donation. So here is an example, the GoFundMe that was done in 2019, and you can see how we made the promotion. It was through Facebook, so it was quite kind of a good fundraising campaign. Here are the spendings that we did for the 2019 election. So as you see, no, it's not exactly that. It's a little bit more posters, I think. So mainly flyers, posters, a little bit of big pins, flags, and advertising. So what we could expect at 22.5% advertising. Advertising is mainly, I think it was only social media advertising, so through Facebook. Here is some examples, as you may see. And yeah, it was for in Brussels, this one. So here is an outlook on how the finance were going through the year. You can see in 2018 we had about 1,000 euro of cash on hand at the beginning of, at the end of 2018. Then we made a General Assembly in February, and then we made a lot of fundraising. Just in April, we made about more than 2,000 euros, and we spent most of it in May for the elections. So you might see that we continued reimbursing the people until June and July, and then we had the General Assembly on November. That's the spike, the red spike that you can see there. So yeah, the income is the blue, the expenditure is the red, and the yellow is the cash on hand. I'll use the same for 2020 and 2021. Then, so that's about it. Yes, so I think I've been about through. You can, of course, find all the details of every spending every day. There is I think some information, more information in the documents about, for instance, where came the membership fees and stuff like that. So now I'll go through the 2020 accounts, which are not very interesting since there has not been a lot of activity. Here is the balance sheet at this point. You see it goes through to the middle of October about. We had about 3,300 euro of income to date, and we spent only 1,000, so not a lot. Here is where it came from. So of course we made absolutely no fundraising campaign. So the other fundraising was because it was used for another special event by Marcela in the beginning of the year. We have 12% for events, 13% for General Assembly, and most of it come from the membership fees. That's where it has been spent. So of course it's 1/3 of it. So if it's not clearly not all of it. Most was for the General Assembly and the event that we made, and the advertising was actually for the 2019 elections. I think a reimbursement, or 2018. I don't remember, but it was for a reimbursement. So we didn't actually make any spendings on advertising. Here is an example. So it's the General Assembly of February 2020, the beginning. Here is what it looked like as year to date. So YTD, it's year to date. In 2019, we ended up with about 1,400 euro, and we just made more than we spent. So you can see that the cash on hand is just piling up. So we will make use of it the next year. I think that's about it. So basically, this year no big events, just in February and March, and because of the coronavirus, and then we just piled up the cash because we were not using it, and we will probably do it in the next year. So here is the 2021 budget. This is more interesting. Yeah, so I'll go through that I took care of, that I looked into to calculate the budget. So here is the number of members that we have. It's all condensated, so there is a volunteer, everything. But more interesting is the legal one, who pay a membership fee. You can see here that it's growing since since the elections of June 2020. Yes, so here is the growth for legal member. It was about 7 in July, 7 in August, 9 in September, and 16 in October. So I had to base myself on this because we have only 4 months. Yes, for months. So basically, the idea was to say, okay, there is every new month that we see, there is an amount of new members that is the same as the month before, but 2 more. So if I get 7 in July, I'll get, yeah, it's 7 in August, but in average it's 7 and then 9 and then 11 and then 13 new members. So basically, taking that into account, here is it about what it will look like. And you see, we might reach more than 400 euros if it's continued to grow as exponential as it is at this point. 400, more than 400 at the end of 2021, of course. So how it has been calculated? So I took care of the 4.2% growth since the elections. I looked into the details, and I have not taken into account the growth of social media ads. So of course we will make a lot of ads next year. That's what it's planned, and they will probably make us more known, and we'll have more new members. So those are not taken into account because we don't exactly know how it will affect, and because we have absolutely no data. But if you have to keep that in mind, that we might have, we will probably have new members through social media ads. Also, what has been taken into account is when the vaccine will become available. So most experts think that the vaccine will not be widely available until the middle of 2021. So I took this information and I said, okay, we will not make any events before the middle of 2021. So here is the document. Basically, according to this document, we will make about 8,400 euro, and we'll spend 6,400. This document is also available on the Drive Treasure. Here is what it will look like. So basically, there will be less events since there will be the coronavirus, but we'll get most of the income from crowdfunding. That is what's planned, membership fees, and some specific donations, because our fundraising lead has a new way of proceeding, and we estimated to make 200 euros per month. So here is the amount that we will get. Of course, this could change by a lot, depending of if we get another fundraising co-lead, or if we get more member. It will depend. Here's what it will look like for the advertising. Of course, there will be almost no spendings for the events, since there might not be a lot. I still took a big one for about 6% for the General Assembly, and most of the income will be going towards advertising, and video production. This is something that has been talked before with Grégoire, and we decided to allow probably. So it is to make about the same video as this one, which has been made in 2018, and the idea is to make other like new videos that we could promote on social media. So this is what it will look like. So as you may see, cash on hand, income, expenditure. We will make, so each spike is because we make some fundraising, and you can see that basically we'll go from 0 to 2,000 euros. So at the end of the year, we'll be 2,000 euros more richer, and we'll have about and we will be about keeping the same amount spent. So it will actually look more like that, because we will have probably 4,000 euros in the accounts at the end of 2020. Is way higher than I looked, but that was to show about the thing. Now, what will be the impact of advertisements? This is a question that I've been asking. What is the purpose, and why is it so important? So the CPM is for the cost per 1,000 impressions. and the CPA is it's something that could be used to know how much new member we could get. So with our budget, that we think we will be able to spend, we might reach 788 people in 2021, and this could bring 1,037 new members. That's the calculation that has been done, and this is what the amount about that we get. Of course, this seems quite a lot, but apparently it's quite effective. So this might be possible. A quick comparison between the 4 years. We have here 2018 in blue, 2019 in red, 2020 in yellow, and 2021 in green. So of course, 2020, as you may see, we had a lot more income than expenditure because we had the coronavirus and the membership fees were still piling up. And 2018 was only 5 months, so of course it's less activities. But you can see that the cash is going up, and we so basically I think that 2022 will be even higher than the 2021. Here's a big overview since the beginning of Volt Belgium. You can see in August 2018, and then the big spike are 2019 elections, and then the big flat part is is actually the 2020 accounts, and then we are coming to 2021 where we get more and more activity. Yes, so basically it's the same as we said. A lot of activities in 2018, then a big spike in 2019 for the election, then a big flow, it going very down because there was no more activities just after the elections. And then we begin getting all the membership fees, and it grows, and we don't spend that much. Also, you can see that in February 2019 there is a kind of a spike in the blue line, but it's really not very visible. But that's when we launched the membership fees. So of course, every February there is even no, it's not very lookable in 2021, but because I didn't take that into account, I put it all in the year. But in February, for instance, 2020, you see there is a spike. That's because of the new membership fees, I think. That's because we got most of the member are registered. So it will be since we are now working with pro rata and we have defined it, it will be probably a big spike also in January, and then the membership fees goes up because everyone paid it in the beginning of the year. And that's it for me. I think that I've been through everything. So don't forget that you can get all the information in on the drive.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jérôme. So now we have some time for a question and answer. So if anyone wants to ask a question, you can do so via YouTube or directly on your personal GA page. And in the meantime, since I don't see any questions yet, I will ask Jérôme what's his recommendations for the vote as treasurer.
For which vote?
for the three votes, what would you recommend the GA to vote on?
So basically, I've been through all the 2019 accounts one by one, and I found so there is only 2 invoices that are lacking, but we will get them as soon as possible. So I think that it will be not in a long time. And normally I have all the justification for every spending that has been made. So normally everything is right and good, and has been very. We've been through a lot of time with the documents, so normally there is no problem with the 2019 accounts. Not the 2021, I can tell, and you have to decide if it was it's a good prediction. Of course, I mean there is so much that can be changed, so much that can differ that probably half of it is totally wrong, and we might actually not have what we expect. That's the purpose of a budget, because we don't have much data to base ourselves, and we are very very volatile these days.
Okay, we have a first question here. I see. I can't see it all. There you go. So from Marcella has been asking, could you please explain the membership fees, how they are being calculated, particularly with regards to old members?
How the membership fees have been calculated?
Yes, I don't really understand the question either, but
well, the membership fees are defined by the General Assembly in of 2020, February 2020. So I don't decide it.
okay. So I have another longer question from Kin this time, who asks us, I wonder if it would be interesting for us to consider spending more on social media advertising with the purpose of converting people to become member as a central fundraising strategy. It certainly worked excessively well for the Obama campaign, and it seems to me like Volt's more persuadable membership could come here.
Yes,
has there been any thought given on this, perhaps together with the ExCom? Yes, go for it, Jérôme.
Yes, so there has been a lot of discussion about this, but since we had no access to the accounts yet because of all the administrative stuff that Olivia spoke about, we couldn't take some initiative with that. But of course, our priority will be to spend on advertisement, because this is indeed as Obama did, and I think that's where we stand, since we are quite a young party. And the average year is 35, so I don't think that posters are the most effective for this kind of public. But I think that three quarter of the whole expenditure is already quite consequent. Of course, I'll do my best to spend as much as possible, because to fuel growth, and because if we fuel growth, of course we fuel also the income. It's related, it's correlated, and that. So, but we still don't have an exact plan, because we couldn't do it yet. But of course, we will do it. You're muted, Emric.
I was saying one last question I see is maybe we need more money for the videos, as these are really important, especially high quality one. I'll let you answer, but my feeling is that of course high quality ones cost a lot of money, which we don't have at the moment. But please, I'll let you answer.
Yeah, so basically, if we want, so we've been through, and it seemed that this budget, about, I think it was 200 euro, could manage us to get something that a quick video that could be very high quality. And since we don't have that much budget for social media advertisement, we don't have to make a lot of videos. And I've seen that some were, so we will see about, but of course it will be that to decide between how much we produce and how much we share. The biggest problem that we had was mainly on the editing stuff, about how to edit those videos, and this needed some special skills, and therefore some fun for that.
All right. I think those were the questions. So yes, please, you have until this afternoon at 2 o'clock, 2:15 to be precise, the time to vote for the accounts of 2019, the finances for 2020, and the budget for 2021. Please do so via the Google form. And you can always, if you want to change your vote, you can always resubmit it your vote will not be counted twice as long as you use your personal token and don't edit it. And that's it. So now we can move on to the next one, the agenda, which is concerning the ASBL statutes. So or statutes. I'll give the word to Olivia, I think. You're muted. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. This is a short update. 3 things. So first of all, the seat of the ASBL has been updated, so that is now registered within the Brussels list. So we have moved our seat of the ASBL. We have also deposited the statutes, the new statutes, and changes for the Ministère Belge. And with that, we also have our membership for the Volt Europa Association, which has been approved by the Country Council of Volt and also the European Board. So with that, we can participate in the statutory votes of the Country Council and also participate as a full member. I would also like to then give the floor to Kim Smuter, who will present the internal rules and the amendments to those. So with no further ado, please take the floor, Kim.
Hello, Olivia, and hello, everyone. It's really great to be here, and it's amazing to see how much we've evolved and that we're able to organize this General Assembly virtually with not too many hitches, which is great. Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Smuter, for those of you who do not know me. I am one of the co-chairs of the Volt Values Board, together with Daniela, who isn't speaking today, but she's together we form a very strong team. I also want to acknowledge that the people which are behind these amendments are the great team of the Volt Values Board. We are 6 altogether, working very hard to ensure that the statutory framework which we've established in the last General Assembly, is performing well, is performing the way we want it to perform, and those types of things. So we're just really excited to be able to present all of the work that's been done in the last few months. We've had 4 plenaries. We meet on a monthly basis, and it's just been great to see how much we've really taken on board the need to professionalize our movement, and that we are actually doing it and we're practicing it, and it's just great. Today, what I want to present to you is the work of one part of the Volt Values Board, which is the Governance Commission. The Governance Commission is a formal part of the Volt Values Board, and essentially its role is to monitor the statutory framework, to monitor the internal rules, to make sure that they are actually working for us on a day-to-day basis. So we've had a chance and an opportunity to speak with many of you to understand kind of how are the rules being experienced. Are there things which need to be clarified? Are there things which can be improved? And the result of those conversations essentially are reflected in these proposals for amendments and additions to the internal rules and procedures for the Volt Belgium statutes. I think you will always receive, alongside with the agenda, an invitation, a document which essentially captures the proposed amendments. There are 10 of them. I'm not sure why we made that number so round, but in any case, we have 10 amendments, 8 of which are essentially amendments to existing rules, and 2 of which are new internal rules, which reflect some new practices which Volt Belgium is currently undertaking. So I'll walk through each of them one by one, but I won't go into huge amounts of details with regards to what it actually states, but just to explain why we've made those proposals. So the first rule that we have suggested an amendment to is rule number 2, which is the application procedure. And here, this is an amendment which was provoked by the decisions of the electoral board, and also by the experiences that we had with the first electoral rounds under the new statutes. And the amendment here is essentially to introduce a cool-off period, which enables us to have a much clearer view in terms of who has actual voting rights within the movement. So the cooling off period that we're proposing is a 1-month period, which would apply to new effective members, which would mean that they were not able to vote upon decisions which come in the interim of their first month. So basically, there's a transition month where the individual has enough time to learn about Volt, to learn about the movement, to learn about the dossiers that are currently being considered at Volt Belgium, and that's That's essentially what we've introduced. It's important to highlight that we've actually made one small nuance to this, and it's really only for votes which are exclusively open to effective members. So you will remember in the statutes we have two types of members. We have effective members who have full voting rights, and we also have what we call associate members who are associate members who basically have the ability to participate, but only in the circumstances allowed by the statute. So we're saying that for these people who have a cool-off period, they're able to vote wherever an associate member, wherever a volunteer can vote. They're, of course, entitled to vote for those things as well. So that's the first rule. Rule number 8 is a submission of a complaint to the mediation board. Here we've actually, or the mediation committee, here we've actually proposed some amendments in order to ensure that essentially it is understood by everyone who participates in the mediation procedures that the cooperation is really important. The only way that we're able to offer an effective mediation service is if all parties that participate in that mediation process really understand that it is part of the requirements as an effective member to participate in these procedures. So we've underlined that as an important part of the mediation process, that it prevents non-cooperation prevents the Volt Values Board from being able to operate in its statutory missions. So that's one thing which we highlight. The other part is that we've also seen with the first kind of cases that the Volt Values Board has had to deal with, that actually the timestamps that we allocated to the Volt Values Board's work in the initial statutes and the initial internal rules was just too optimistic. The reason why it's optimistic is a number of reasons. First of all, it's just the capacity of the Volt Values Board. But secondly, it's also the fact that for the mediation committee and disciplinary committee, we've also introduced independent juries. So actually, some of you might be called at certain points by the Volt Values Board to sit into the mediation committee, to sit into the disciplinary committee, and actually having the time to speak to you about that, to explain what it is all about. That takes a bit of time, and we also want to give people, time to reflect and to think whether they want to participate in that. And so all of that just means that it's much better for the process if we try to do this in a timely fashion. We try to do this as quickly as possible, but we also don't sacrifice quality as a result of it. So that's the reason why we're proposing to amend rule number 8 with regards to the procedure that applies to the mediation committee. We've then suggested some amendments to Rule 9, which is really more about kind of strengthening and clarifying essentially that the mediation committee is a first phase of a procedure, and that the idea there is not to impose sanctions, or at least hopefully not. We also highlight here again that there is the appeal procedure, so we just clarified those things. So it's just some editorial changes which underlines the importance of confidentiality, that highlights the importance and the distinction between disciplinary procedures and the mediation procedure. We then have some amendments to rule number 12, which is the responsibility of individuals holding an appointed or elected mandate. Here, what we've done is to really clarify, first of all, the appointment process, also who determines what the roles and responsibilities for each of the posts are, the scope, powers, reporting lines, those types of things, which are quite important so that everyone is very clear about what they can and can't do within their mandates. So that's the reason why we suggested amendment here, just to clarify things a bit further. We then have an amendment for Rule 14. And here, this is actually reflecting a Volt Values Board decision as reflected by the terms of reference. Many of you, or hopefully many of you will have seen that we actually communicated on those terms of reference. We actually opened that up to a vote. There weren't any additional comments. This was formally adopted by the Volt Values Board. We then have a change to Rule 15 and to Rule 16. The reason for these changes is actually, it seems that in our rush to adopt these statutes and internal rules, and some of them were actually left in draft mode. So basically, we haven't changed anything in terms of what it says. We've just actually clarified it and made to make the documents look and feel like it's one same document. The other thing that we've actually amended is Rule 17, which is also with regards to the ability to basically, by the electoral board or by the executive committee, that actually if you have one person, you want to open it up to different kinds of configurations, that is also possible. And then last but not least, we have two new rules, Rule 39 and Rule 40. Rule 39 is the empty chairs rule. It reflects the fact that in many circumstances, we aren't always able to fill all of the posts which are available just because we lack volunteers. Hopefully in the future, if we succeed in having this amazing recruitment campaign, which was just discussed, we won't have that problem moving forward. But this enables us essentially to have a very clear rule about how organs which are not fully staffed can operate. So that's what Rule 39 is all about. And Rule 40, we're very happy to be able to also propose this new rule, and it reflects the fact that there's been a huge amount of effort from the community team to create university chapters, and essentially we wanted to kind of contribute our piece to the edifice by basically creating a rule which makes it very clear that yes, we definitely want to have university chapters, we definitely want them to be part of the Volt family, and we want that to be to just have a clear procedure which is quite flexible and enables the executive board to take the necessary actions. So that concludes kind of my small briefing about these different rules. As you can see, it's 8 essentially editorial amendments which just seek to clarify and to improve the copy, and 2 which are new rules which reflect essentially new practices within Volt Belgium, which I think are great pieces, great news, because they really highlight that we are evolving and moving and living these statutes and internal rules the way we want them to be. Thank you very much for your time. I don't know if there are any questions, and I hope that you will support the Governance Commission's work by approving these as the GA. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you, Kim, for your message and for those very detailed explanations. We will have some time maybe later for little Q&As if that's if people have, but at the moment it's already 11:10, and we said on the agenda that we would have a welcome from the European board. So I will give the word to Anouk without further ado, so that or Valerie, sorry, so that she can give her welcome to this GA. Thanks a lot. Valerie, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Emeric. Good morning, Volters, dear Volt Belgium. It is a great pleasure speaking at your GA today, and I wished I was able to say to see so many new faces. But unfortunately, I am limited to only see a few faces and myself, and once again speaking into my laptop. So I guess this has become the new normality since Corona. My last visit to Belgium, to Brussels to be precise, was last year in December to check in with Damien and meet with European team leads as well as country leads. And it really feels like another kind of age thinking back, and I really can't wait to come back, because in the end it is all because of time spent in Brussels actually that I'm sitting and speaking to you today. It was in 2011 that I did an internship in Brussels, and it totally fascinated me how all those people were working on a shared project and working towards the same goal of creating a European community. 9 years have passed since, and we find ourselves in very different times, yet confronted with challenges that are still the same. 9 years have passed, and I ask myself, are we closer to living in a European public sphere? Do more people feel connected with Europe, or even regard being European as an extra layer of identity? The truth is, I don't think so. But what is it actually that we want? What does it feel to live in a European community, and what needs to happen for everyone to feel part of it? I want to share with you what I think a European community should feel like. In the end, the positive thing about a crisis is that it makes us come closer together, and it makes us see and appreciate the things that truly matter. To me, this happened over the last months, being constrained to stay at home, which made me connect with my direct neighbors. Maybe you shared this experience with me. In spring, Corona was peaking and Europe was in lockdown. It was then that almost every day, another neighbor in our house made a cake during the home office lunch breaks and left it on the staircase of our house for the other neighbors. Some of them even printed their recipe. Almost every day we stepped out of the door into the sweet smelling of, air of homemade cake, and somehow it gave a big feeling of home and belonging at a time of struggle. I know it's something small, and yet this must be it, no? The act of taking oneself out of the rush and all the everyday to-dos and just make time to give and care to brighten up someone's day. And I think this is what community feels like. At the same time, also in spring, I have felt this huge urgency and necessity of Volt's mission for us to change the political and social status quo. COVID-19 is a huge strain on our economies, our societies, our individual mental health. For many people in Europe, it means that they cannot make ends meet and they live in huge uncertainty about their future. For many, it means that they have lost a loved person. And we are all across Europe in this together. We share a destiny, a story. And while so many of us struggle, there is the hope that community and solidarity bring relief in this time of hardship. If we look at the small level, then I'm sure many of you have similar stories to tell of big and small gestures during lockdown that brought you closer to your neighbors and local communities. On the larger level, it became evident how much a Europe of solidarity and community is needed. One that doesn't ask, what do I get in return? But simply believes in the fact that we are stronger together and thinks we will work out, it will work out if we stand up for each other. And while on the individual level, I'm now committed to connecting more and taking more time for the people in my imminent surrounding, at Volt we see the urgency of what needs to happen at the higher political levels for us to become a true European community. The enormous economic aid package that our political leaders agreed on will bring our economies and societies relief and support the ones that were hit hardest. But it can only be the beginning. As Volt, we want to build on the foundations of the European Union, and if we really want to do this, we need to start and make everyone become part of this project. Making everyone a part of it means creating a European public sphere. A European public sphere can flourish when we feel that Europe truly cares about us. What we need is a European social security number, a European baseline minimum wage, and direct European funding of local initiatives and projects. It can flourish when the labour market is borderless through a European job matching platform. It can flourish when we create shared stories through a European independent broadcaster. It can flourish when we have a say in European politics through the creation of European citizen councils. It can flourish when we are represented by the same parties across the continent by finally achieving a harmonized European association and party law and harmonized European election rules. And we will be a true European community when we uphold our shared norms and principles through the creation of a European constitution. So what now? The outcome of the US elections are a great example of a society that has split into two, where both sides no longer understand each other. They forgot how to communicate to each other because they no longer listen to each other. In Europe, we experience a similar polarization of society, and it can so easily get worse. I only have to observe myself and how harshly or emotionally I can react sometimes when I don't like or think the opposite of the person I'm talking with. I forget to listen. But what if we stop to shut down once emotions are triggered? What if instead of giving into the urge to voice our own opinion, wanting to be right, making our own argument heard, we remain silent, we listen, we inquire, and try to understand without judgment? It doesn't mean that we have to let go of our notion of right or wrong or of our values, but it means we actually embody them. This mindfulness to listen actively is more needed than ever from us as individuals to bridge divides, to create community, to be the integral part of a European public sphere. We can do our part individually by listening and being mindful and remaining caring about our local community. As Volt, we can and will push for the boundaries in European politics, for us as a European community to be able to flourish and build together a better European future. Today at your GA, you make another step towards this. And so I wish you a super great day and successful GA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie, for those kind words and for your yes, participation and the time you devoted to come to join our GA. So now, as you may have already noticed on your personal GA page, the next vote is has been also opened concerning all the internal rules. Again, it's the same as the previous one. There is just one link that you need to click, and there's a form which asks you a question individually for each of the internal rules that Kim has presented. And this vote will also be open until 2:15. The announcement of the votes, as we said in the agenda, will be done hopefully between 2:40 and 3 o'clock, so just before the end of the GA. And for the vote, that's nearly the last one. There's only going to be one last vote about the national strategy that our Secretary General will present later on. And for the next point on the agenda, we have a little organizational update of Volt Belgium. I think that our Secretary General will want to show us all the work that they've been doing, and I must say actually the very hard work they've been doing on trying to structure the party, having functional leads for what they need, and they've conducted an immense amount of interview. They really devoted a lot of time in this, but without further ado, I'd like to just give the word to them so that they can present this themselves. So Vic and Vicky, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Vic, Vic Seller, and I'm here with my colleague Vicky Verbist, and we are the Secretary Generals of Volt Belgium. I think there should be a PowerPoint as well, so I'm gonna wait a little bit until the PowerPoint is shared as well.
Yes, I will be sharing it, but we will have a quick break because we're switching this live stream now.
Okay.
So hopefully the sound will be better then.
So I see that the PowerPoint has been shared. Does that mean that we can continue?
No, I see on YouTube that it's still not live at the moment. So
okay.
Yes, I think it's fine now. No, I see on YouTube that it's still not live at the moment. Go for it.
All right. So today we will give you a short update on what organizational changes have already taken place within Volt. Furthermore, we'll give you a little bit more information about the membership and some additional information that we want to share from our side. So, as Secretary Generals, Vicky and I got appointed 6 months ago, or more or less 6 months ago, and the first task that we had was to make a structure for the functional teams. Now, what does that mean? On the national level, there are teams that need to be busy with all different tasks, and we had to make the division of which teams we want and how do we want to structure this. So Vicky and I worked really hard on making a new structure and making descriptions for all these functions and what the leads should do, what they have to achieve, and what the description of their mandate should be. As you can see in the organogram that you can see now, the statutes decided to have the Volt Values Board and the Electoral Board, and then the Board of Administrators, which is divided by the Executive Committee and the Provincial Committee. Also, the Secretary Generals are defined there, but we had to come up with the structure of the functional teams. So, which teams did we come up with? Yes, so we came up with communication team, a policy team, a fundraising team, an events team, an R&D team, a community team, a campaigning team, a tech team, and a legal team. Within communications, we have sub-teams because we see that communications is a pretty broad team, especially in Belgium, since we definitely need a translation coordinator, as we have 3 official languages and we need to do everything in English as well because we have a very international audience. We try to give every position to we try to give every position both a male and a female co-lead as to achieve some kind of gender parity, which is very important for different kind of input. As you can see as well, there are quite a lot of open positions still, and that's because we still have quite a lot of positions, and we would really urge all people or all effective members who are interested in taking the lead of a specific team to apply and to take some responsibility and work together with us on on Volt and Volt Belgium and what we do. So the open positions that are open right now are an events co-lead, a fundraising co-lead, 2 campaigning co-leads, 2 R&D co-leads, although we haven't opened them yet, as at the time of the first application round, we didn't deem the R&D team necessary. There were some other priorities at the time. A legal co-lead, a tech co-lead, a social media coordinator, a public relations coordinator, a translation coordinator, and a data protection officer, which might be the hardest position to fill as it requires some knowledge about GDPR law. How did we achieve this whole structure? Well, it was with a lot of extensive feedback that we got. We went back and forth with members of the different levels and in different meetings to achieve the structure. We are very proud of what we achieved here. And so far, I think we're quite operational, even though we have a lot of positions left. I'm very proud of the people that are in the teams and the team leads. They're doing amazing work, and it proves that the structure works. I think Vicky will take over now to talk a little bit about the membership.
Yes, thank you, Vicky. So I'm going to talk about the membership because another thing we keep ourselves busy with is the membership. So as you can see, this is the membership growth over the past years since we started with the membership fees. You can see in the end of 2019, we had a slight setback, but after the structure was in place, our membership started booming again. We're now at 131 effective members. After the appointment of our community leads, Carlo and Diana, you can see the membership started going up even more since the new structure is in place and the internal elections, we gained about 42.2% on the membership. So not only have we gotten new members, we're proud to announce that it's noticeable that we have been gained a lot of new female members. We can see that now 1/3 of our membership are now women. So this is a step in the right direction. So next, I would like to take you all to our little map of members. We've been able to capture our geographical spread on a map. Of course, we have not added the actual addresses of our members, but only placed them randomly in their commune. So it gives us a good overview where our members are situated. You can see on the map that we're now mostly active in Flanders and Brussels, but are also expanding in Wallonia. We can see that we have gained members in Wallonia lately. So mostly in Liège, but more about that later. According to the statutes, a local team can be acknowledged as a local team as from 6 effective members. we can now proudly announce that we now almost have 5 teams with more than 6 effective members where we can create a city team. So there will follow more in the coming months. So I will now shortly go over those 5 teams. So first we have the Brussels area, which includes almost half of our membership with around 62 effective members. The Brussels area is also counted in its whole, so with all communes in it. So, and this team is already active right now. So you can see also on the map that it's very spread through the Brussels area. Next up, we have Leuven. So this team has only 7 effective members right now, but it is only the commune Leuven city itself. But the team is also active right now. So our third local team is Volt Antwerp. On provincial level, Team Antwerp has around 17 effective members right now. Most members are located in Antwerp city or in the districts nearby. At this point, the team falls under the mandate of the community team, since there's no elected city lead at this point, but the team is being reactivated by the community team. So next up we have Ghent. Ghent has just reached the milestone of 6 effective members and now has 7 effective members in the commune. So the community team is now working hard on activating the team in Ghent, since they are now qualifying to elect the city lead according to the statutes. Last but certainly not least, we have also noticed that we're growing in Liège. So the communes itself only had 5 members, but on the provincial level, they're at 7 members. So they're also under the mandate of the community team, and they're looking into it if we can also activate the team in Liège with maybe a combination of the communes. Okay, so some other information that we can give you is that we have almost finished the database cleanup. So we started this task force in August and tried to reactivate the old members who were in the database before the membership fee was introduced. We contacted everyone to renew their membership and also gain some members there. So that's also very positive. We have also been creating templates for sending payment information, confirming memberships, membership renewals, so we can work efficiently and quick since our membership is growing fast. Then I also have on the agenda the pro rata system that was voted on the GA in February 2020. So this has also been implemented now in the membership fees. We have been leveling all members, so the system should be completely implemented in 2021. I saw before there were some questions about it in the YouTube chat, so I will elaborate on it a bit. So the pro rata system means you pay for the months you are a Volt member. This means when you, for example, become a member now, you will pay only €3 for November and December, but your membership will expire on 31 December 2020. So you'll only pay the remaining months of 2020. For the year 2021, you will have to pay the full amount. So for the old members, this means when renewing this year, they needed to pay the remaining amount for 2020 to extend their membership until December 2020. So for 2021, they'll have to pay the full fee again. So this way, members do pay the fee for the months they're a member. So that was it for me. Maybe if we can take over again for the other information.
Yes. So we do a lot of stuff. We are in a lot of different fields of the organizations that we are active. So how do you keep updated about what we are doing? First of all, I would suggest you go to a full BE drive where most of the documents about the whole organization are found. But there's also a map called Secretary General where we will post and update the membership on our activity. You can find our minutes there. and you can find our activity report there. The activity report will be fleshed out over the coming days or weeks, but the minutes of our like weekly meetings are quite extensive already. And then, of course, we are moving forward just together with the rest of the party. So we do have future plans and goals that we want to reach. For example, we want the database fully cleaned out. We have noticed that there were a lot of inconsistencies, technical issues, people with not the right access to the right platforms. So we really want to clean it out and make sure everything works for everyone. We need the pro rata system fully implemented so that people pay for the month they will be member, which is a more fair system. All functional teams and positions need to be filled and active. And while they're active, we want to report and follow up on them. We're also there to support them a lot. So we really want to make sure that everyone here who are volunteers can work in an as enjoyable environment as possible. And a personal goal of Vicky and I was to reach 200 members. As for us, that is like a first really nice milestone to achieve that we're working together at.
Yes, so Vic asked me to close this presentation. So I'm going to finish it as I finished my motivation letter when we were appointed with the phrase in Latin. I don't speak Latin, so excuse me for maybe pronouncing it not correctly. Many students or old students who were in a student association will recognize this phrase, as it is used quite often to show we care about the student association we're in and want it to flourish. It's even more applicable now since we've actually started the student association now with Volt VUB. So here it comes. Ut vivat, crescat e floria, Volt. May Volt live, grow, and blossom into the greatest it can be. We have been through some changes in 2019 and the beginning of 2020. So it was not easy, but we didn't just survive after these changes. We have done so well and grew vigorously. So we can be very proud of ourselves that we have managed to pull ourselves back up after the elections in 2019. It took a great amount of energy from us, and things haven't always been perfect since. But we're still here, better than ever, more ready than ever, and we're moving forward. So thank you for your attention and keep healthy, all.
Yes, and thank you so much, Vic and Vicky, for your presentation and for your hard work. I know that it's been fairly tricky to reactivate this, to update and clean up the database, but I think they've done an amazing job. And maybe as a reminder, as I saw there was quite a lot of questions about this. So in the last GA of 2020, so in February 2020, it was decided by the GA that membership fee should be paid at a pro rata level. This creates a tremendous amount of workload, extra workload for the Secretary General, which have to see in which month that people joined, and then send an invitation for payment for only the pro rata amount instead of just the membership amount. As Vicky said, it's a more fair system. However, I think it's also a more complicated system. So maybe that's why Marcela was having some questions about how it worked, but hopefully this clarifies it. So that's it. I think Jordi wanted to add one more note on the votes that are currently happening, as indeed we also need to discharge administrators. But Jordi, I'll let you speak quickly.
Yes, hello everyone. So we added one vote. So with the votes of the finances, we forgot the vote to discharge actually the executive committee, so the board of directors of Volt Belgium. So you receive the votes of the finances in the Google form, and the vote to discharge the members of the board plus Marcella for the accounts of 2019. That vote is added with the vote, so you will see that in your tasker screen at the bottom left with open vote. So there you will now have the vote also to discharge the board of directors of Volt België, Belgique, Belgien, ASBL, and Marcella Valkova for the accounts of financial year 2019.
Thanks, Jordi. Yes, indeed. This is very formal things that needs to happen at every GA. By the way, it's a legal obligation from the Belgian state when you're a registered ASBL. And again, without holding any more time, we will move to the next point of the agenda, which is the presentation of the national strategy for Belgium, which will be presented by board member Arno and Juliette. The floor is, and at the end of this, we will also launch a vote of confidence from the GA for this national strategy. So you'll be able to say that you agree with the strategy that is proposed for Volt Belgium. So Arno, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, Emeric. So Juliette and I are going to present the strategy that we've been working on for a few months now. We started working on it at the end of the summer, and the work has been going on since then. This is a joint effort by the executive committee, the secretary generals, and all of the functional leads. So by no means does the credit for this go to one person, but without further ado, we'll get into it, and you will be able to ask questions afterwards. Let me quickly pull up the presentation. Okay. So first of all, these strategic actions have been agreed on at the European level first. So basically, this is a process that started at the European level after the 2019 European Parliament elections, and it has been going on since then. So first at the European level, some working streams were set up to agree on 7 strategic objectives, which Juliette will get into in a bit. And then after these strategic objectives were confirmed by the General Assembly at the European level, the European board, together with their functional leads, worked on the strategic actions for Volt Europa. The next step in this process was to translate the strategic objectives at the European level and possibly also the strategic actions into strategic actions at the national level. So the Volt Academy team held workshops with national teams on these strategic actions to build a national strategy that is somewhat uniform and that fits into all of the strategies that already exist at European and other national levels. So that process started last summer, as I have said, and we are happy to say that we do have some strategic actions, which we will now get into. But first, Juliette will present the strategic objectives.
Thanks, Arno. I hope that you can all hear me well. So the main strategic objectives are these ones. So we want to steer Volt through professional and well-resourced statutory bodies and functional teams, which I think is quite self-explanatory. We want to convey unifying values throughout Volt. Since we're in so many countries, we of course want to make sure that the values in each country are similar to the values we set at the European level. Volt lives democracy by balancing participation and leadership, and balance to have. We want to strive for balanced and diverse strategic growth across Europe, strengthen the Volt brand through effective communication and marketing internally and externally. obviously want to win elections and run social innovative campaigns, and Volt pioneers pan-European collaboration and communication. So these are the 7 objectives we took to get inspired for our own strategic action that, if Arno, you can put on the next slide, slide number 6, I think it is. Yes, exactly. So I'm going to present half of our strategic action points, and then Arno will take the floor again to explain you the other ones. So we want to diversify our income stream. Now our income stream come mostly from membership fees, and by diversifying it, we can well get more money and then have more means to make the change that that we want to see. So that's one of the points. Can you go to the next slide, Arno? We want to have solid policy process that incorporates strong expert input. We have a policy team now that you will hear from Bram and Sarah later, our policy leads. But we do from what we learn, and it would be really great to also have experts who can look over our policies and give actual expert inputs for our policies to be of an even higher quality. So this is one of the goals. Next slide, please. So we want to have a fully staffed functional team to ensure long-term project development. This we're working on slowly. We have more and more members, and we still have some open positions that will be presented later. But yeah, this is going well. We just need more people. So when you see the open positions, pay attention, because you might want to participate in some kind of way. Community building via regular meetups. We are already doing quite some meetups every week on different kind of topics, and we now have a event co-lead that is going through the confirmation vote. So very soon we will have a lot more events, and we are very excited about it. Monthly newcomer orientation event is something that we started to do about 2 months ago, and it's going really well. We have a lot of new members who come to meet the board and meet the functional leads and ask a lot of questions. So we want to do this once a month because it's a great way for new members to get to know us and for us to get to know new members. And the HR welcome kit, which is done by our community leads. They will go deeper into it later, but we have basically a buddy program that pairs a new member with an older member, and that's doing really well for new members to feel very included and to know who to reach out to if they have any questions, and to have a kind of a time in their start involved to get acquainted and get familiar with everything. You're muted, Arno, but yes, it's your turn.
Sorry. So I'm going to be presenting the next strategic actions. So the next one is one of the most important ones for us. You can see this by the number in the top right corner. It goes from 1 until 12, and where 1 is the most important. And the most important for us was definitely to create a strategic and diverse expansion plan. So this means, on the one hand, to be strategic in terms of where do we need to be active to win elections, and on the other hand, to practice what we preach and reach out to communities that are underrepresented in politics. Next off is another point on branching out to these networks of communities that are not represented in politics. It fits into the strategic and diverse expansion plan, but also there is a communication aspect to this that is very important. Next up is building and strengthening the local chapters and the local teams, because we have seen in the past in Belgian politics that the way that a political party is successful by creating more and more and more local chapters, because it just increases your overall visibility on a political scale. It also means that we practice what we preach, in terms of being European and local. Next up is building an external profile and identity. This is quite a challenge because we have a Volt identity at the European level, and now the challenge for us is to build this profile and identity at the national level as well. So it means creating a long-term communication strategy and also creating our brand, which includes our positioning among Belgian political parties, our advantages and differences with opponents, targeted audiences, and so on. The communications team is working on this, but the communications team is currently mainly driven by Vita, who is doing a lot of work and who would really appreciate more people to step into the communications team. Sorry. So if you have some sort of background in communications, or if you don't, please help out in the communications team. It is extremely important that our external profile, our social media identity is as good as it gets. Finally, I think at least it's finally, we have the organizing dedicated social innovation campaigns. So not just election campaigns, because we know that our next election is going to be in 2024. But there are also other campaigns that are extremely important that we should work on. So first of all, there are the campaigns in our neighboring countries, such as the Netherlands and Germany, which both have elections in 2021, where we should and will help them out in their campaign. And secondly, we should aim to start a social innovation campaign on a subject. This is something that will be launched in 2021, where we will create a strategy for example, a Belgium Citizens Initiative, which is a law whereby you can, if you gather enough signatures, make a legislative proposal. We have to create a program for the 2024 elections to really show the Belgian voter that we are different and that we have a recognizable political profile. We have to anticipate the potential themes of the 2024 election, which will be, which feels quite far away, but it will be there sooner than we think, for sure. And then we have, and now it's really finally, we saw a very big need to scale up our best practice exchange with neighboring countries. In Belgium, we are lucky to be close to two of the most successful national teams involved, namely Germany and the Netherlands. And so far, our interaction with them is actually quite limited. So we want to scale this up and have monthly best practice exchange calls with our neighbors, so Germany, Netherlands, France, Luxembourg, and possibly the UK. And this is also something that we will get into later at this GA with the European expansion team. This is a blank slide, so there's another one. Thank you. And now the floor is opened up to a Q&A, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed. So if there are any questions, please use either the link on Tusker, or you can ask your question directly on YouTube. When we talk about Tusker, we do mean the personal voting link that you've received to follow the GA. If you look at the title of the page, it's called Volt Europa Tusker. That's the back-end system that we use to manage all this. But for the moment, I don't see any questions coming up. So you can always ask your questions, and we'll try to answer them during a timeouts. But if there are no further questions concerning this, then what I suggest is that we already go on for our lunch break. The vote again will be sent just after 12, and it will be open until 2:30, and you will be able to vote your for the national strategy of Volt Belgium that was just presented by the two board members, Arno and Juliette, who did quite a good work preparing this. And this vote will be open until 2:30. So yes, I suggest that I wish you all bon appétit. And I see here that there are some questions from Kim. I definitely think we need to already imagine in our minds that 2024 us means we should campaign for local elections, identifying candidates. So indeed, we already should look forward towards 2024, where elections will be coming up, and definitely try to structure ourselves by then so that we can be structured by the time the election comes. So yes, bon appetit, everyone. We will start back the session at 1 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. So the feed will keep running, and maybe just before 1, what we could do is we could see if there are any questions on the previous point and try and answer them before we start back at 1 for the next point on the agenda, which will be presented by Carlo and Vita and Diana and Bram and Sarah about their functional teams. Bon appetit, everyone, and see you at 1 o'clock. Hello, Volt Belgium once again, and welcome back to the second part of this General Assembly. After this short lunch break, we will now directly go into the next phase of the GA with the presentation of the functional team, which is part of the national strategy to be able to grow our movement in Belgium. We will have 4 different topics presented by all the functional leads. So we will start with communications, which will be presented by Vita Cobelia. And after that, we will move to the community team, which is led by Diana and Carlo. And then we will move after to the policy team, which is led by Sarah Tegas and Bram Huygens. And then after there will be the presidents of the board will shortly present the 4 remaining teams, which is tech and legal, fundraising and events, which will which are just starting up because they were only recently recruited, and so they will give you a short update on this. So without further ado, I will now introduce Vita, who will do the first presentation about her team communication. Vita, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Try to open my presentation. Yep. Just tell me if you see everything, if you hear me, is everything is okay?
Yes, we see your presentation. Yes.
Great.
Perfect.
So hello again, everyone. My name is Vita Cobelia. I'm a communication co-lead of Volt Belgium, and today I'm going to present you a little bit about my work and actually some achievements that we have done from September and till this time, kind of 3 months. So first of all, as a communication lead, I wanted to tell you how do we communicate. So we communicate internally and externally. So when it comes to the internal communication, we try to make everything possible that all our active members, as well as volunteers, as well as supporters, they know what is happening internally in the parties. So we communicate to our people through the WhatsApp groups. As we have a lot of national and local groups and levels, we create a lot of the newsletters to inform you, our supporters, as well as members, all people who are interested in what we are doing about the news on national, local level. Also, we communicating via workplace and via your personal Volt emails. And of course, thanks to the buddy program, do apologize. Thanks to the buddy program, which actually has started, I guess, 1 month ago, and Carol and Diana will explain a little bit more about this program. Actually, we are trying to communicate to our new members with the help of buddies, with the help of our old members who are actually trying to explain what is going on in the party and trying to explain some difficult information and help to navigate inside of the Volt Belgium team. And when it comes to the external communications, so we're communicating now via our social media channels. So it's mostly Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And actually we have YouTube, but it's not very active. So we're planning to relaunch our YouTube page, I guess in 2021. And we're going to create a TikTok. So actually it's a lot of work to do. Yeah, perfect. So as you see from your left side, this is a little cut from the Belgium Belgium organizational chart. So as you see, we have 2 communication colleagues. So that is me, and the second person is still missing. And I also supervise 3 more teams. I mean, I do apologize. Do you hear my baby crying? I mean,
yes, a little bit.
Yeah, so I will leave the room. and I will go to the other room because she always supports me. I mean, I do apologize for it.
No problem.
So when it comes to also I supervise 3 communication sub-teams. The first one is social media sub-team, public relations and translation sub-team. As you see, we have a lot of missing places. We have to have 1 new communication colleague. We have to find 3 more coordinators for social media, public relation and translation teams. So please, if you feel for the new members, for the new people who are watching us now via YouTube and our channels, please, if you really feel that you want to contribute to our communication team, that would be just great, because really a lot of positions are still open. So I will explain you a little bit what all those sub-teams are doing. So social media sub-team is actually focusing on creating appealing text and images. We're trying to, conquer the algorithm, new technologies and tools to make everything possible, to make them work for us. We will try to cooperate with bloggers, with Instagram, Facebook influencers, organizations, NGOs, and companies to create some content together to promote each other's and supervise some projects. Also, we are working with digital marketing, email marketing, and many other things. So if you are interested in it, or if you have already some knowledge about digital marketing, for example, email marketing, or if you want to gain some knowledge on it, so please just contact us and we'll be happy to add you to our social media sub-team. The next one is public relations. So the most important thing that we are trying to focus on building relations with businesses and industries that align well with Volt principles. Actually, we're trying to developing and maintaining a traditional media strategy and relationship, and we're preparing a content for press releases, presentations, and interviews. And our last sub-team is translations. Actually, is the most important team, because in Belgium we speak Dutch, French, we speak German, we speak English. So we actually need to translate all our posts, all our information, whatever we create, we have to translate in those languages to be sure that we can engage more people in our content, in what we want to communicate. So if you also speak Dutch, French, or German and English, and if you want to contribute to our party, to our communication team, that would be just great if you can join us. So when it comes to the updates, I will be very brief, I promise. So the first thing for which I'm actually proud of is that during the first 3 weeks of my work, and I started 1st of September, I created more social media posts that were created during the period of June 2019 and August 2020. Actually, I brought social media pages to life. We started to create professional content planning, so we know what we're going to post next week, in 2 weeks, etc. Actually, we are integrated now, fully integrated into the European communications level. So I attend the European level communications call. I know all the European level communications leaders of different European countries. We actually, and this is insane and amazing, because we're changing the best practices, case studies, we're exchanging with the post ideas and some templates, and actually Belgium now is the part of the European communication level, this is for sure. The next point which I'm proud of is that I have created a short-term communication strategy which was planned to serve until the end of December, but we decided to extend it until January 2021, so we will extend it until 1 more month. And in this communication strategy, we actually analyze the targeted audience. So now we know exactly who is our targeted audience in Belgium. We are going to work more hard on the email marketing, which is very important. We're going to use, and we know how to use, mass following, mass liking strategy. Now we are working hard on the political opponents analysis and on branding and positioning of Volt Belgium pan-European party and movement. So actually this strategy will help us to, to kick off, to start, and after create a long-term strategy. And the last updates from my side, it's just very briefly in Instagram and Facebook. So we have more than 100 new followers since September. And what is interesting, what I find interesting, that we have 35 new followers just in last week, and we're growing exponentially actually. And all those followers, they are real people, because I manage this. I check it all the times. So they are not bots. They're not, you know, some fake accounts. It's 100 real new followers from Belgium. Our last two posts actually collected 82 likes, and post about the solidarity with Polish women collected 100 likes. That means that we are approaching towards organic likes. Organic likes is, I mean, true likes if we have 1,000 followers in Instagram. So the rule of organic likes tells us that we should have something like 100 likes. If we have 5,000 followers, we should have 500 likes. So now we're actually approaching to this organic likes, you know, technology, and it's very, very good. And I already used 2 promotions, but during two promotions is not that much. I'm going to make more promotions in December. And actually, as you have seen from the treasurer updates and from Jérôme's presentation, actually we're going to focus next year a lot on the promotions, and we'll do much more. When it goes to the Facebook, we have 400 new followers from September 2020. And what is very good is that we have very high engagement rate, as you see, which reaches 2,500 people. So when we write a post, almost 2,500 people are seeing it actually, and trying and are engaging with those posts. So this is something very good. So don't forget, as I always tell after my calls, after my presentations, please don't forget to follow our social media channels such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Please like our post, comment on it. If you like something, please comment. If you don't like something, please also comment, because it's very good to have bidirectional communication, so we can talk actually to you and with you. And if you have any extra questions, I mean, I talk now to the new people who are watching us now on YouTube and other channels. If you have any extra questions, and if you are interested with the words which I have already said, please contact me via my email or reach me via Workplace. If you're already a member of Volt Belgium, you can catch me as well in Instagram. I think that people will receive those presentations. So after you will be able to find me in Instagram. And that's all from my side. I would really love to thank you for your attention. And I would like to finish with the words like, please join us. For those who are watching us right now, please join us, especially join our communication teams, because it's a very important team. And let's just create together a European history, because it's very, very important. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. I try to stop presenting. Sorry for the voice from my daughter. She's all the time very engaged in everything that I'm doing. So I stop presenting, and thank you again so much.
No worries, Vita, and thank you so much for your great presentation and all the work that you've done so far, engaging with the social media and everyone. And so yes, thanks a lot for this update. I suggest now we carry on to the next presentation, which will be about the community and given by community leads Diana and Carlo. Carlo and Diana, the floor is yours. Yes, we can see.
So right now, within the onboarding process, the total number of tackled applications present in the application task file.
Carlo,
Right now, within the onboarding
can I
process,
can I hold you there? Carlo, I think since you're the one streaming the video recently, your audio was not working, and actually on the YouTube feed we cannot see your screen. We see on your YouTube screen we see that it just says you're presenting to everyone.
Right, okay, yeah, my bad. Now they should be able to hear my voice, and they should also see the presentation now.
Correct. Now they can hear it, so maybe you can start again. And
Yes,
and
of
we
course.
yes, and now we can see your screen. Thanks a lot, Carlo.
Amazing. My apologies. It's the combination of broadcasting as well as presenting at the same time. As I was just saying, thank you so much to the people that have been presenting us very well already, putting us in a good spotlight. Diana and I will be talking a bit more in detail about the following things, so onboarding processes, the buddy program expansion, as well as vacancy, and the first onboarding process will be presented by Diana.
Yes, so right now within the onboarding process, the total number of tackled applications present in the application tags file is currently 94. Out of these 94 applications, we are having 30 effective members, and the remaining people are falling within the sections of assigned, awaiting response, and pending confirmation. And we are also having new applications. So at the moment, we are having 100 effective members applications pending, as well as 200 volunteers applications. So the buddy program is a feedback loop system to ensure the proper inclusion and the functioning of new members within Volt Belgium. So the goal is actually to give and certify the new members of a full understanding of how Volt Belgium, its bodies and the teams are working. And the program is very, very important because it also allows the new members to take up minor tasks and responsibilities in the field of their interest under the supervision of their body. So the functional teams and the working groups that new members can join are the following. So we have communication, policy, the research and design, community, events, campaigning, legal, and tech. The time given for the buddy program is within intervals of 1 month, and the buddy is envisioned as being an experienced member of Volt Belgium. The community team, together with Juliet, developed the buddy program guidelines document that you can find in the community team file under the file of the buddy program file. And then in the next period, we will be focusing on developing a buddy program welcoming kit, as well as developing the license program for volunteers.
Great, thank you so much, Diana. I'm going to present a bit more about the city chapters. So, as you have been already hearing earlier, we have been working closely with the Metropolitan chapter of Brussels, as well as the city chapters of Liège, as well as Leuven. However, there's important other hubs that we are working with and that people are getting organized. Among others would be Ghent. Antwerpen already for a long time is active. We are also having soon a Flemish Brabant welcoming session to also get Zaventem and Halle started up. Now, how does that work? How can you, actually it should say in your city and instead of session, my apologies. So how can you create a local chapter, a city chapter in your city? Well, Diana and I have been organizing. I'll speak a bit slower. Thank you, Emric, for mentioning that. So how can you create a local chapter at your place? It's very easy. Diana and I are organizing on a regular basis workshops for you to learn how you can create a team of very engaged, very motivated people, how you can retain new members, how you can add people and give them small responsibilities. Of course, in this entire process, Diana and I will be assisting you. So even if you're a new member, don't hesitate to reach out to us. We are always happy to work together with enthusiastic Volters. Another very interesting thing that Diana and I have been working on was a university chapter. With our eyes on the future, with that motto, we've been looking out for the generations to come, future voters, such as students who at universities such as the VUB in Brussels or in Liège, in Ghent or Leuven would be interested to join Volt Belgium in a more leisure environment, in a more student-friendly and academic environment. So we had the great pleasure to be working together with Daria and Katja from the VUB, and together we have been writing up the statutes as well as collecting signatures to submit next week, actually on the 20th of November, to submit our application for recognition by the university. Why is that important? Well, um, following the regulation of the universities individually allows those university chapters to use the facilities of the university as well as using funds for students given by the university and the student councils. So hopefully if the application for recognition is accepted, in soon future you can expect many events to happen in Brussels on the campus as well as in the surroundings. Now we've been also in touch with the Liège team, who've been already looking into setting up a local, a university chapter also there. And we are aware of students of Volt Belgium in Ghent and Leuven. So if you are a student, if you have experience with student associations, and you would think it makes sense to set up a university chapter at your university, please reach out to us as well. We are excited to learn from the experience with the VUB and apply them to any future university chapters. With that being said, let's move on to vacancies. Diana?
So seeing the fact that we have so many things going on in the community team, we really need your help with the following points. So you can help us with the onboarding process by helping us with the recruitment and then with the interviews. You can also help us with the buddy program, and here you can help us to pair up the members with their buddy. You can also help us with following up with them, and you can also help us with helping us with the ending call procedure and everything that follows afterwards within the database. And of course, we need a lot of help with the expansion at the local and university level. So in short, what this would mean is that you need to find cities or universities in which we can develop Volt, and then you need to follow up with the expansion procedures. So you will need to join the calls to follow up with the local or the university teams, and to also update the community team with regards to what's happening within these calls. And then also you can help with the local teams as well as the university teams to set up their social media pages. So please just contact us and we will be very, very happy to welcome you in our team, and we really, really need your help. So that's all from me. Carlo, you have the floor.
Yes, just to round up our presentation and to keep you interested, here's a picture of a cat. How to keep updated with the community team? Well, you can follow our calls and what we are doing in the Volt BE drive under the 14-point community team map. We always put the minutes of workshops and any other relevant documents inside there. Also, you should join our group on Workplace, be community. We post community updates such as what events are happening, how can you get involved, announcing events, and workshops. Also, you can keep updated with us through the newsletter. Diana and I are always very happy to write a paragraph or two for you to read up on in the monthly newsletter. And for those that haven't noticed yet, we are also active on WhatsApp. So if you haven't joined your respective local chapter or university chapter's WhatsApp, please reach out to us. We'll add you with pleasure. Lastly, you can also reach out to us via our email, community@voltbelgium.org. We'll reply instantaneous. We're working 24/7 with great enthusiasm. What are our future plans? As Diana mentioned already, we are working with the European level together to set up a European/Belgium welcome kit be it for the new effective members, be it also for volunteers. More updates about that will come in the weeks to come. We are also actively working on creating even a better gender balance. So in respective to the previous years, we have already seen a big drive in our female quotas. I think in terms of leadership in Volt Belgium, so taking in functional leads and the Secretary Generals and the Executive Committee, we actually have more women in leadership position than men. But in our membership, we can still do some improvements. So if you know any woman that looks out for a way to get involved in politics, tell her Volt is the place for her to find this empowerment and the support that she needs. We are also looking for more diversity and inclusion of minorities, so you can expect us to get in touch with minorities, be it ethnic minorities, be it minorities of other backgrounds. And lastly, Diana and I, as part of our Expansion Monday, we're gonna get ready and set up with you in your city and in your university. So thanks for sticking with us, and we are looking forward to see and spend time with you guys.
Thank you so much, Carlo and Diana, for this presentation. Yes, it's true. It's important indeed. The community is one of the teams that is there to support the expansion of our movement. And now I would say last but not least, even though it's not really the last point yet, but we're gonna join the policy co-leads. As you might know, we're a political movement, so creating policy is an essential part of the work that we need to do. Of course, at the European level, there is already a, let's say, a strategy and a view, but this needs to be declined, obviously, on a more national level, as politics are sometimes a bit different in each country. So I suggest that I let this be presented by our policy co-leads, Sarah Tegas and Bram Huygens. Sarah, Bram, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So I'll now present my screen. Let me know if you can see this. Yes, is it all good?
Yes, we can see you and we can see it.
Perfect, thank you very much. So hello everyone, my name is Sarah and alongside Bram, I'm one of the policy co-lead. So in this presentation, I'll introduce you to what the policy team is and what our goal is. And then Bram will explain you what our process is to create policies and then what we've already done and the teams that you can join. So in the policy team, we work towards developing innovative, pragmatic, and inclusive policies that can tackle some of the biggest challenges facing our society, such as the changing climate, some reforms of the state, sustainability, or even how to empower citizens. And I think what really makes Volt unique and Volt Belgium unique is that we have access to a pan-European network of policies. They come from grassroots and citizens empowerment initiative, national and European levels. And so our role as policy lead, as part of Volt Belgium, is to look into the best policies that have been put in place already by some other national chapters and the European level, and then see how we can adapt them and suit them to the state of Belgium. And then alongside us as well, creating new innovative policies with some strong research input. So what we're looking for is that if you have expertise in policy making or certain policy areas, if you want to expand your skills, please join our team. You can bring your knowledge, your ideas, and your creativity, and you can help us to create some new policies for Volt Belgium. So if you want to join one of our sub-teams that is working in a specific policy area, Bram will present them soon. And so I'll let the floor to him to present you the following.
Hello everyone, Bram here. So as Sarah said, I will present you the process and the projects we've been working on. For the policy process we put in place to streamline our drafting of policies, we drew inspiration from the one that has been put in place at the European level. So it roughly consists of 4 phases. We see them a bit differently than on the European level. But the first and perhaps most important one is, of course, that you have to have an initiative. You have to have a project that you want to work on. And for this, we had a brainstorm in September, and we also conducted a survey, which many of you might have filled in. And based on that, we defined a couple of priorities on which we want to work, and we gathered a number of volunteers who will work on each of these topics. And now begins the long phase of background research, discussions, and eventually the drafting of a policy. And once a couple of policies will have been drafted, then we can move forward towards actually getting them approved. And first, there will be similar to the European level, a moment for feedback and potentially amendments. Perhaps if some policy geeks came up with a very extreme ideas behind closed doors, perhaps some other people of the party will adjust them towards a more reasonable idea, for example. And then eventually they will be brought to a General Assembly like this one to be voted upon. So this is a bit the idea of the policy process that we've put in place. So what policies are we working on right now? Which priorities do we have? We have a couple of sub-teams that are already in progress. You can see them in purple. We're working on citizen participation, hoping to strive towards citizen assemblies on some subjects such as climate and environment or state reform. So in terms of climate and environment, we aim to expand on what is already in place at the European level in the Amsterdam Declaration, and going a bit further in the direction of the so-called donut economic model, and also trying to approach it in a most pragmatic way possible. So this is also something we're working on. Then we also have equality and inclusivity, which also touches upon migration. For those of you wondering why migration is not among the priorities. And in education, a project we've been discussing and will further develop in the coming weeks and months is the idea to have citizenship education for, let's say, the ages 12 to 18, for example. So this includes teaching people, young people about politics, teaching how they can get involved, also teaching basic skills like filling in your taxes and so on that are not included in education right now, and that we think that you really need to function in society. And then in terms of state reform, we are working on further working on the document that's already been in place by the previous policy team, striving for things such as, for example, a federal key scheme. How do you say that? Someone help me out. So federal election district instead of the provincial ones we have right now. Then you can also see that there are some in gray, and that is because we already have some ideas on this, and we already have some volunteers who said they want to work on this, but we want to have still more members, and that is, I think, my final call for here today. If you want to work on some of those gray or purple subjects, or perhaps on a different subject, reach out to Sarah or me and say what ideas you have and what background you have, that you can that we can fill in all of our sub teams and get working, so that in time for the next GA we will have drafted a couple of interesting policies.
That's it for us. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Sarah and Bram, for these two very interesting presentations. As I said, policy is also an essential part of the work that we do. I would suggest to all those interested in some of the topics that Bram just talked about to reach out to them, to maybe join the policy teams. It's a lot of work, but it's exciting. The cool thing is that you can discuss about things, but then you have to try and put the consensus into a document. Of course, we need help for this. I'm in a couple of those policy teams myself, so it's very enjoyable. And I encourage all of you that are interested in drafting policy to just reach out to Bram and Sarah and join us in this trajectory towards 2024. So
thank you for the great advertisement, Emery.
You're welcome. So the next point is I will give the floor to Jordi and Olivia, who will present the 4 remaining functional teams, which have just been started, and so they will give a short update about them. Olivia? Jordi.
Yes, thank you, Emeric. So indeed, as we are now working under the new organizational structures, we have seen the starting blocks for several teams. Tech is one of them, legal as well. They are teams that support the operations and the day-to-day management of the association. They are very important. Fundraising and events are equally getting started, and it's really to make sure that we can continue our work across the board. And a good point to also share is that all of our functional teams can relay to the European level and also local level. So when it comes to integrating a functional team within Volt in Belgium, not only to expand the work for Volt Belgium, but to know that you have colleagues at all levels, European, national, and local. So for those teams, we are on the lookout for members to join. There are already some leads in place. So with those teams, definitely involve yourself. Even if you don't feel like you have those skills, you can develop them here, because here it's a perfect learning opportunity to build a movement together. And if you are experienced, we also greatly would like to call on you to join, because we are all here to learn together. And with that, we can help grow the movement forward. If Jordi has some additional points, I would like to pass on the mic to him.
Yeah, well, what I can add is that our tech team already worked on the website, for example. So the website of Volt Belgium has been silent for a while, and now our tech team is very busy to revamp and to make our website better than it has ever been, and to make sure we reach out to a lot of people. Next to that, the legal lead also has been active with helping us out with contracts, also for the university chapter, to have formal agreements between the Volt Belgium ASBL and Volt VUB Student Association. So actually the teams have already done some work and are busy with doing more work. The events team is just started, as Olivia said. So the co-lead for the events team is just elected last week. But we are sure that a lot of events will happen. A lot of events already happened in the past weeks, and I think a lot of events will still happen over the next weeks and months to come. That being said, I think we can go back to Emeric and we can see if there are some questions from the audience about the functional team presentations, if there are maybe some questions to the policy team, communications team, or community team. So over to you, Emeric.
Thanks a lot, Jordi. And I'm sorry if you heard some typing. I forgot to mute myself. Yes, so we are now open for questions. There was a time during this GA to let you ask some questions and let us answer them, or from whichever presentation there was. And it also gives you some more time to cast your vote if you haven't done so yet for the questions about the internal rules and the approval of the accounts. So yes, let me see if we have any questions.
We have a comment from Kim, I saw.
Yeah. Do you want to read it out?
Yeah, I can go ahead. So we have a comment from Kim saying about the functional team presentations. I am impressed by the policy team's coverage of policies. I think it's a solid schedule. What I think we are maybe missing is a team that's looking at more pro-business policies, where I think Volt Belgium, Volt Europe needs to develop as part of its USP. One of our selling points originally was that we are also as a movement that's neither left nor right, but it feels at the moment like we are leaning heavily on social policies without counterbalancing it with things that can help modernize the economy, create sustainable growth, boost innovation and entrepreneurship. Would be good to have a task force on this. Maybe if Bram or Sarah wants to say something on this.
Thank you, Kim. That's a really appropriate comment, I would say. Especially if you would look back at the slides, you see indeed that for the purple policies, which were indeed, let's say, more, if you want to put it like that, the more typical left-leaning ideas, there was a lot of volunteers already. Whereas for the gray, it's not that we didn't receive volunteers. We have, among others, Rodrigo, who's very knowledgeable about economics, but we are still hoping to have more people to come and join these teams. So that is part of the reason for that call, to have more people from, let's say, diverse backgrounds. And so that's why I'm looking and trying to convince some people with especially economical backgrounds to join in the policy team as well, so that indeed we can have covered, let's say, that side of things as well. So it's a really appropriate comment, I would say.
Yep, I would very much encourage anyone to that have some experience in these matters to reach out to Bram and Sarah, so that we can also create some policies about this, because I do believe that it's very true what Kim said. It's not just about social aspects, it needs to be also about economic aspects that we need to make policies. So what I suggest, if there are no more questions, is to go and have a short break of 15 minutes, and when it will give you some time as well to take a break or have a closer look at the votes if you didn't cast your votes yet. And we'll come back around, we'll come back exactly at 2 o'clock, when we will have a presentation from Ksenia Ianeva, who is the European expansion lead. So yeah, thanks a lot, and I'll see you all within 15 minutes after a short break. All right, thanks.
Does Emmerich want music as well?
No, we all have to mute and then
But let's
or a presentation about how to expand more effectively. Ksenia, it's your the floor is yours. Okay, so you mean I was muted the whole time? So sorry about this. We had a bit of a technical issue here. So I was saying, welcome back to this General Assembly. Now for the last part, we will have a presentation from Ksenia and Harrison, who are the colleagues from the European Expansion Team, and they will do a presentation about effective expansion for the movement. Don't forget that you have another 12 minutes now to cast your votes for the votes that were announced this morning. So do cast your vote if you haven't done so. You have another 12 minutes. And then I'll give the floor to Ksenia and Harrison.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say first that we are not only Harrison and me here, we have also two other members from our European expansion team, and it's Mara and Sasha. Mara is member of Volt Netherlands and Sasha is a member of Volt France, so I think it makes sense to be here all together. And thank you for this time that you gave us to present our team. I think first we would like to start with explanation what we are doing, that we can align our ideas and what we can do together. So I'll start maybe with who's in our team, and then what is important to us, what we and how we structure our team. Basically, we are around 40 members right now. One of the it's the biggest team on the European level. And Harrison and me are colleagues. Basically we have now three main directions. The one is surely the national expansion. Then we have diversity expansion and the professional communities expansion. And the national expansion is divided in different regions, so we try to connect teams between them and chapters between them, that they can better collaborate with each other, that they can have better contacts, and that they can do actions together, priorities surely, and that they can also share their best practices. This is the main idea, that we connect actually also the chapters between them. yeah, try to elaborate how to do it in a better way. So we were thinking maybe for Belgium it could work actually a connection between Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. We also tried to invite actually somebody from Luxembourg, but apparently he didn't join. So because you share not only languages but also geographically, you are very close to each other, and it could be very helpful to for the team to common polls or common functional teams on different, like for events, or for communication, for, I don't know, partnerships. Sure, we need to discuss it with you, but it could make some sense. And then within the national expansion, it's also very unequal because we have Netherlands and Germany, then we have small chapters, like now Belgium, I would say, and we have like really new teams that that are really just exist since several months, like Estonia and Finland, but also Greece and some other. So it's sometimes very difficult. It's a challenge actually to bring them all together and to find out what is better, what is the better strategy for each of them. Basically, work also a lot on strategies. What else do we? Harrison, say something.
I can say something, yeah. So I've got this whole thing here, so let me say it. So I just want to say hello to the men of Belgium, and thank you very much for inviting the expansion team to speak here. And so my name's Harrison, and I'm the new expansion co-lead. And for a long time, Xenia was doing the job on her own, which is remarkable now that I see exactly how big of a job it really is. And I know that many of you also know her quite well, so you can imagine the excellent job that she was doing in the past couple of months, despite not having a co-lead. And but I've also worked with Xenia for a while now, and we've discussed expansion and the direction of the team and the goals that we had for it. But we were really unable to do much. Her because she was by herself this whole time, and me because it wasn't my job. And so you can imagine both of our excitements when there are finally two co-leads, and I had the honor of being appointed co-lead last week. So so a week into this job, I'm not totally sure what I can say to the Belgian General Assembly that you don't already know. But expansion has a few things that we do. Of course, we see the European expansion team as part of a much larger system with the European level core team, kind of in the middle, with arms reaching out and connecting many different teams in many different places. On the one hand, we're working on our ability to recruit small teams, 2 or 3 people in a new location, and give them the tools and support they need to grow into their own entity. And this means understanding the theory of true grassroots development and applying it, but also being sensitive to the fact that local issues require local or even hyper-local approaches in a lot of cases. And we know that what works in Germany for a small team won't always work in Belgium. And what we did as a startup in Poland won't work in Malta, for example. But on the other hand, we're also working with countries that have robust and active Volt organizations. And so, but this doesn't really change our approach. Our goal is to empower our national expansion teams to identify projects and take initiatives to do what they know needs to be done in their countries and not what the European level thinks they need. So, you know, the idea is the innovation, the decision-making should come from the lowest levels possible is our philosophy. And that being said, we also recognize that there are many opportunities for cooperation on an international level, which is what my colleagues from expansion here will explain in a second. And what I want you to know is that we are here with support mechanisms, and we are interested in the ideas coming from our national local teams, and that we're listening to you guys. We're here to support you, and we feel that open communications and making new connections and the willingness to innovate, they're all what will drive this forward. So Yeah, thank you guys very much. I guess I will pass it now on to Mara and Sasha to talk about.
Wait, I would just like to add that, yeah, we really love your team. I just feel very connected to your team. I think since a year I'm visiting all your GA, so I really followed the whole story of Volt Belgium, and it was not always very easy to build up a team, and I really see a development, and I'm really happy about it. I just wanted also to add that as I've already spoken about, that expansion also has two other directions, and maybe it would be good also to have Kim here because he was a little bit he was not even a little bit, he was very much involved into the diversity development. Sure, it has an intersection with the community team, but it has also a very important impact on expansion, because we have this idea actually not only to grow within like the same audience that we had maybe for the first or for the first 2 years within Volt. That was basically a lot of international or European students speaking English and 20 and 30. Now we need a little bit to switch the focus also to the society in where we live, and it's very diverse. So it's very important not only to attract young Erasmus students, but also to attract people from different backgrounds, from different ethnic backgrounds, educational backgrounds, different ages, and so on, to become a real party that has or could have a better impact, and that could defend also the interests of every part of society. And the new project is now to involve also professional communities, and to develop them inside of Volt, and then to reach out to different organizations, and to collaborate with the business world. It would be good if you can help, or if you would like to help. We will talk about it a little bit later. And now I pass on to Mara and Sasha. Megan, yeah.
Yes, hello, thank you for inviting us in your GA. I'm Mara, a member of the European expansion team, and I'm responsible for the Eastern and Central European expansion. But I also live in The Hague. I'm Dutch, and I do believe that it could be such a great idea to work together with the Belgian team, because we are kind of connected to each other, and we have a lot of things in common, and such as our language, what Xenia already said. But we can also focus on something else. We can focus on working together with, for example, the creation of policy. In the Netherlands and in Belgium, we have cities that are kind of linked to each other, or at least have the same goals or obstacles that they're facing. Such as we have a port in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, but you guys also have a port, a great port, in Antwerp in Belgium. And if we work together and combine our forces to create policy, things might be better and more effective. And this is actually kind of working out pretty well, because in the Netherlands we already work together at the cross-border with Volt. And over there, we're helping each other with expansion, but also with elections, for example. And right now, in March, the Netherlands will have their local elections, and it will be kind of interesting to see if our cross-border cities, such as in southern the Netherlands and in northern Belgium, if they work together and help each other with their ideas, and perhaps also events and communication, to actually become one big Volt Europa. We all strive for the same goals, and it would be so good for us to work with each other and help each other, because we all know that sometimes we have a lack of resources or a lack of people. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that it would be a very great idea for Volt Belgium and Volt the Netherlands to combine forces in policy and communication and events. Sasha, can you talk about Volt France and Volt Belgium?
Yes, sure. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, hi everyone. I'm Sasha. I'm a member of Volt France. Right now in the UK, but working in the French team. And I would like thank you for inviting us. Of course, it's very important to have this kind of moment to share what we want to say. For the expansion team perspective, I will speak about what we can do together, the French, Belgium, and Luxembourg team, very concretely. And right now, despite the COVID period, and I will focus on French-speaking cooperation. So how we can benefit from the work we are doing every day, the French team, the Belgian team, the Luxembourg team. And I think very concretely right now there is at least 2 areas where we can improve our cooperation. It's the communication area because we are doing some posts, some graphs in French, and it could be interesting to have a French-speaking delegate for the communication, to have the responsibility to to have, for example, a file on the workplace or on Google Drive, to have a place where we can put every graph, every post we do in a French-speaking in French, so we can benefit from the work of everyone. That's the first improvement we can do, at least in communication. Don't duplicate the work we do, especially when I mean we share a lot of areas when we are communicating on the French team and the Belgian team. The second areas where we can improve our cooperation is the events, because right now with the COVID, obviously every event are on Zoom, so it could be interesting to share every event we organize, to share it in France, in Belgium, and in Luxembourg to have a wider audience. Because if an event is in French, of course, everyone in these countries can participate to the event. So we could organize a point every month between the French, Luxembourg, and Belgium team on to planify, or at least to share what is the calendar for the coming month. And again, the goal, the objective is to mutualize maybe the events to have a wider audience. And it's also related to the first part, because when we decide on what event we want to organize, then the communication team can make just one post for the whole event, and it can be shared for in the 3 different countries. So yeah, my conclusion is that we can improve our cooperation very concretely right now in French-speaking area on these 2 points. Thank you very much.
And I would say it's not only for the French-speaking audience, it's also for the Dutch audience. They can do the same, like on both sides, as Belgium has 60% of Dutch-speaking people and 40% of French-speaking people. It would be very important to have this collaboration between the 3 countries, plus Luxembourg, for sure. And it would be good if you really could provide us with information who is in charge of each team, that we can maybe put people already together and elaborate more on the strategy how to do that. Questions? Or do you want to know more?
So, yes, we have indeed time for questions, comments are very welcome. If not, I could say we could either move to the next agenda point or just have a little break to
I would just add
to see if.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it. Go for it.
I would just add, if you have any questions or suggestions, please reach out to us. We are really open to conversations and to new ideas. So now you have, 4 of us. You can reach out to each of us. So please do.
No, but thanks a lot for your presentation. Thanks to the 4 of you. Yes, sorry that I didn't present you all properly at the start. But thanks for the 4 of you to have joined us at this GA, taking the time to engage with our Belgian membership. It would be great indeed to have a more cooperation with neighboring countries. I think that's definitely something that we want to strive for in any case within Volt Europa, because that's the idea of the party, to be transnational and pan-European. So yes, as you might have seen, it's 14:21, so that means that the vote for all the internal rules and regulations, as well as the finances, have now closed. We will now be analyzing the results and making sure that they're all valid, checking that the personal tokens used were valid tokens, and then after present the results, after the presentation or the short advertisement of Juliette. So yes, I would say thank you so much, Ksenia, for coming. I still see no question arriving. So yeah, thanks Ksenia, thanks Harrison, thanks Sasha, thanks Mara for joining us again. I would say if any of you also have questions, you can reach to them directly. And I would now give a little bit in advance the floor to Juliette.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks.
Jay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And yes, take care, you all, and see you soon. And Juliette, yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emric. I'm sharing my screen for the presentation. Can you see it? Okay, thank you. So let's do it. So I'm just going to repeat something that already have been said on our open positions, but yeah, we just thought it's important to also keep a specific moment in the GF for this, because we do have quite some open positions, and we would love for some of you to join us and fill them in. So this one is the one that Vita talked about, so I'm not going to go too deep into what it entails because she already did it very well. So we are looking for a communication co-lead. You would be working with Vita, which is really cool. And yeah, it's about social media management, political communication, public relations, and translation. As a co-lead, you basically overlook also the work of the whole team and coordinate everything. So that's one. The second one is events co-lead. So we now have one event co-lead that is going through the confirmation vote, Katerina. So you might work with her. And yeah, events is basically what one little thing. What I put on the screen here are just a few points I picked from all the description of what the position entails, but you can always ask us, and if you're interested by a specific position, and we can give you a way more detailed description that our Secretary General made. So for events co-lead, you can brainstorm and create events that are also to promote Volt Belgium, but also for us to have fun together, because I think also in these Corona times, it's nice for us to have some social events online to just feel like, you know, we just keep also being social through also the work that we do. And then of course, when it's not Corona, then it's a bit of a different kind of work, because you have to look at all the logistics and how like places where we can do events, catering, transportation, taking care of all of that, invitations. You need to manage the budget for events. So these are a few examples of what you would do. So yeah, I'm gonna in the end say how you can send us your application. We also look for campaigning co-leads. So our next elections for everything are in 2024, but in the meantime, it's also good to have campaigning co-leads, because we can analyze previous data elections, start to make like a long-term strategy on how we will run our campaigns, what's best campaigns that we could run. We can support Volt elections in different countries. We have the Netherlands coming soon, for instance. We can be informed about Belgian parties and their and how they did their previous and future campaigns, to also get inspired on what works and what works less. So that would be the job of a campaigning co-lead. For the fundraising co-lead, as you saw in our strategic plan, we want to diversify our income stream. So that would be your job, basically, where you can develop goals and plans to increase the income for the party, because with more money we can make more change, we have more means to make a change. Adopting strategies and campaigns that reflect the values of the party. Of course, everything we do has to stay in line with the values that we have, right? Also reporting to the European Volt fundraising team, so at the European level. And you have a few more examples here. We need a tech co-lead. So this is identifying hardware and software problems and solutions, configuring and installing both hardware and software when requested. Also to support members with technical issues, I don't know, issues with email connection or Google Drive or anything. Maintaining the Volt website, the email addresses, the domain names, and making sure that our events are accessible and interactive, like this one, for instance. Legal co-lead, so you would supervise all decisions made by the ASBL and the FA. You would give legal advice in different kind of topics. You could draft legal documents such as contracts or agreements, support local chapters with any legal matters if it's necessary, and also report to the European level. Data protection officer, sorry. So inform and advise all members of the organization about their rights and obligations regarding the GDPR, and investigating the organization if all data handling is in compliance with GDPR. Development co-lead, so this would be mainly about voter data satisfaction and gathering and analyzing of data. Right now this is a bit more under the policy team, but we would want to have it also as an actual team on its own. So these are all our positions open. I think that just to say a few words, I think when you work for Volt, you know, you're volunteering, but I think it can give you really a good experience. So even if you don't have exactly the skills that are required, but it's your field of study or something, it can be very interesting for you to join us for, I don't know, events or communication, because you will learn also by doing, and you will get more experience, which also can help you in your future career. So I think it's also a win-win situation, because you help Volt and when you participate in this great project, but you also get a lot. At least I'm learning a lot with what I'm doing in Volt. I think a lot more than I would learn in just an internship somewhere. So I would definitely advise you to apply. You can either go to volt.team/join and you can register as a member, and then once we reach out to you, you can tell us what you are interested about, or you can do it in the Tasker feedback form that you have now with the link of the GA and just tell us what interests you. You can also just, of course, ask for more information. We can have a call with you to explain you exactly what the position entails, and then you can think about if you would want to do that. So yeah, all the possibilities are open. Yeah, that's all from me. Emric, I give you the floor back.
Thank you, Juliette, so much for all these advertising. So yes, do join, try and join Teams. Well, we are a little early on our planning. We are still trying to validate the votes, but in the meantime, what I would say is that we will have a short break, and then we will resume, as we said, around 14:45. So in about 15 minutes, you can have a short break for this. And by then, hopefully, all the votes will be counted, and we will be able to announce the results, and then have some closing remarks and close the GA. I want to also say that as the board have announced in the emails the last weeks, there are still open positions in the electoral board. Unfortunately, nobody came forward by yesterday. As Jordi said, the applications for being able to be voted in during this GA as member of the electoral board had to be filed by Friday. So that means that officially the call for candidate are now closed. However, I would urge you to speak with any member of the executive committee. So Juliette, Jérôme, Arnaud, Jordi, or Olivia, if you feel that you want to join the electoral board. You may, of course, also contact me or Bram if you have any interest to see what that entails before you submit your request. But then we know that you are interested, and we can, the board can reopen again the functions, as we would like to have, of course, a larger electoral board for the future of Volt Belgium. So that's it for me. Let's have now a short break until 14:45. We'll resume, and we will announce the results and have some closing remarks. Thanks a lot. Can I ask our tech team to hold the feed for now? And welcome back, everyone, for this very last session. I'm pleased and happy to say that the votes have been now counted, and Bram van den Inden, part also of the electoral board, is now going to present this to you. So Bram, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. So everyone can see now my shared screen. Thank you for the introduction. Yes. So first to mention that the general guidelines of the electoral board are updated for this General Assembly, and you can consult all those guidelines in the minutes of the GA. So basically, the guidelines remain exactly the same for the elections of people and the confirmation votes of people. That you need a 50% of yes vote, but we added a new page with voting guidelines for like the GA amendments of the Volt Values Board, because there were no existing guidelines on this, and so we made the rules clear about this, and also according with the statutes, and also published this on in the minutes of the General Assembly that you can consult after this General Assembly. For transparency reasons, you can also consult all the votes of the morning, like the appointment of the chair, the approval of the agenda, the approval of the minutes of the previous General Assembly, and then we come to the actual results that were not known yet. So, do you approve to discharge the board of directors of Volt België and Marcella Valkover, accounts of the financial year 2019? Is accepted with 93% of the votes, and in addition there are 4 abstains. And then, do you have confidence in the strategic action points presented being sufficiently complete and important to form the actual content of the national strategy of Volt Belgium? 96% yes, 4% no, and in addition 2 people abstained from voting. And then we come to the finances. The budget of 2021 and the financial update for 2020 are unanimously approved. There were no votes, only some people that abstained from voting, and the accounts of 2019 only one time and no vote, and 96% in favor, and in addition also a few people who abstained from voting. Then we come by the preliminary results from the Volt Values Board amendments to the internal rules. To clarify, we validated already the tokens from the election, so the results are valid that you see now. However, and according to the rules, we should filter out the abstains and only display yes and no. But to already give you to give you an indication of what the results are, you see that vote 7 about the amendment to Rule 2, the application procedure is accepted with more than 80% of the votes, and the same is basically true for most of the amendments. Rule 8, 85% of the votes in favor. Rule 12, 92%. Rule 14, 77%.
It's 92%, but in fact it's 100% of approval for Rule 12, because no one voted against it.
And for the other votes, so as said, we will filter out the abstain, so the yes will even be slightly higher compared to what you see on the current screens. So Rule 14, at least 77%. Rule 15, at least 85%. Rule 16, at least 85%. And Rule 70, at least 77%. The newly added Rule 39, at least 85%. And the added rule about the university chapters, Rule 40, is accepted without anyone voting against it. And you can, of course, consult results afterwards in the minutes of the GA. And
perfect. Thank you very much, Bram, for this presentation of the voting results. So we have now come to the very end of the General Assembly. I would like to say personally, as a chair, it was for me the first time I'm chairing a online, let's say, large meeting with or such a general assembly. So as everyone might know, you have to get used to this, but I think we managed to pull through with some technical glitches, but which were eventually solved. And I hope you appreciate the fact that yes, it takes sometimes to get used to these things. But I would like to thank a lot the European tech team who assisted us a lot during the weeks before the General Assembly. To help us set up this. It's actually more complicated than it seems. If you want to have all the voting working properly, everything in order in advance, and a YouTube stream and so on, it's not easy. But thank you for everyone for supporting us from the European tech team and the Belgian tech team who managed to pull this through. And for now, I will just leave the end words to the co-presidents of the Executive Committee of Volt Belgium, Olivia and Jordi. You may have the final word. And thanks again, everyone, for joining us. Thank you for coping with me for these last few hours. And yes, I hope that I will be able to meet you in real life soon.
Thank you, Emeric. I must confirm, indeed, it wasn't easy to speak to an audience that is invisible, but I hope that everyone that is watching, is still watching, enjoyed our GA. If you have comments on our GA, feel free to fill in a feedback form that will be provided after the GA. That way we know where we can improve, what we can do better, and how we can do. If our next GA also has to be completely online, let's hope we can do a physical GA next time. If our GA will be for partially or totally online the next time, to know how we can improve, what we can do better, and so on. Then, first of all, to thank the people, I would really want to give a very, very big thank you to all the tech people involved. That is the European tech team as well as the Belgian tech team. So it wasn't easy to have this all prepared. We had quite some days of preparation together with all the tech people to have everything set up, the streaming, the voting system, the whole Tusker system. So it took quite some time, but I'm glad that we managed to do everything. And then, of course, also a big thank you to all the speakers of tonight. We had quite some speakers that passed on the stage. Our functional teams, the people of the board, electoral board, Volt Values board, everyone was there. And I'm really, really glad that we had such a big audience and a big, big thumbs up for everyone who speaked, not only of the national team, but also of the European team. So a big thank you also to the European board that wanted to have a few welcome words in our GA, as well as to the European expansion team that gave some input on the expansion. So in the meantime, there's already a chat being created between us co-presidents and European expansion team. And after this GA, we will start working on expanding and to talk about how we can work together with our neighboring countries, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Germany, France, to see how we can help out each other and what we can do for the future. I would like to give the word then to Olivia. She will also say a few words to you. And once again, from me, a big thank you for attending our GA. Really appreciated that you are here, and hopefully we see each other in a call, a meeting, or in the next weeks online, and hopefully in the near future also. I hope we can be able to have a drink again. Over to Olivia.
Thank you, Jordi and Emeric. Yes, also from my part, I would like to give a big shout out to everyone who helped behind the screens and on the day. It's been a great team effort to host this GA. It's the first wholly online event that we have done as Volt Belgium, and I'm very happy that we have gone through so many interesting presentations and points that are crucial for taking the next steps as a chapter. And for that, also my big thanks to everyone who worked day in, day out to make this happen. I would also like to just confirm like the votes that have now been announced. So we now know for the ASBL and also the political assembly, which steps we're now taking ahead. I think for my part also, I'd like to invite everyone to the after GA party, which has been launched by Carlo. He has sent invitations to all the Belgian members. So definitely join us after the GA to continue the talk and also to throw in the fun. We are really happy to have had this event today, and thank you for once again for everyone who put in their effort, time, and also participation of all the new members and all the members too. Thank you so much for your involvement today, and we hope to see you at the next events, which will be shortly coming and lined up. So thank you so much again, and we really thank you once again for making this a success. So, right, I'll go back to you, Emeric.
Yes, well, I think for me, that was it. As I do in many calls since then, I do my little public service announcement that I still believe the Corona alert and contact tracing is the best way that we'll be able to live with the coronavirus. So please, for those who haven't joined in the past and who haven't done so yet, download the Corona Alert app. I can tell you, I've researched it. It doesn't track you. It doesn't save your location. It doesn't give any personal detail to the government. It only tracks on your device, on your phone, the people you've been in contact with in an anonymized way. And if someone gets tested positive in those contacts that you've had in the last 14 days and have reported it on the app, you will get a screen that turns red and that says that you had a high-risk encounter and that you should get tested. And this is how we will be able to fight the coronavirus up front rather than being like going through everyone being ill, and that people who didn't know that were contaminated continue spreading the virus. So yes, Corona Alert is the name of the app. You can look it up on your App Store or on your Google Play Store. And usually when you even open your Play Store, at the top you will have a little notification that says exposure notification apps. And if you click on it, if you're registered to the Belgian store, the Corona Alert app will be automatically suggested to you. So you can download this with full confidence. Thanks a lot. Thanks for everyone and all the speakers. Thanks for listening to me and bearing with me all this time. And yes, I wish you a very pleasant afternoon. It's still a bit sunny where I am here, so I hope you can enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And I wish to see you all very soon again in real life. Take care, guys, and have